Alright, welcome back, guys. I hope that the Caldor stream will say something. I'm kind of wondering if I should put it back on Dixie because I'm really not saying anything. I'm trying to figure out something to do before I can go to sleep here. I can have this Armstrong Lookout 2 camera refreshed throughout the night. Or I could try the infrared one. Because we don't have good cameras at Caldor, I think maybe we should put it on Dixie and Dixie communications just because it would say something more often. And the camera would at least rotate. I'm debating with myself. Welcome back if you just came back. I'm trying to get Broadcastify to work. This is so unreliable. It may be down. Yeah, I can't focus on a camera that's maybe down half the time. Okay, Armstrong Lookout 2 it is. Start. Okay. So, I can't get Broadcastify player to start. Come on now. Please work. It ain't working. Ah. Alright. Trying a different way.
You're anxious to get back, but yikes, you're anxious to get back. Welcome to a first day of school unlike any other, where the thrill of friends, classes...
Gotta love those Broadcastify ads. Listening to an ad, la la la. Okay.
Good idea. And we got it on 36.
Okay, well, a little bit of radio crackle. Not much. Still trying to set this up, y'all. Hang on. Let's go. Try to make it so it won't stop. Give me a moment. Because if I leave this browser to its own devices without some sort of refresh mechanism, it'll stop. Okay. Meow, you doing? Hello, hello. How long has it been? Yeah, about a minute. I'm not having a lot of hope for this working. Because Broadcastify just keeps saying connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting. And it does that. I mean, I have much to look at or hear throughout the entire night. Welcome if you just come back or dropping in. Okay. But no radio chatter at night is good. You know, it's generally good. But it's boring. It's not good for people listening. Now let me check this out. Now, I have to warn you, though, that sometime during tomorrow, I may have to take the stream down to do something with the computer. I would hate to wake up and be here for a bit, take the stream down, and put it back on, but it just might be what I have to do sometime in the early afternoon. Any predictions for the future of the Dixie? I was tired at 10. I don't, when I'm sick, I don't keep track of time very well. Just been answering questions and trying to do stuff over and over again, and answering questions, get interrupted, and then listen to the fire, and answer questions, get interrupted. To me, it seems like about an hour ago, it's 10 o'clock. I'm always surprised when I look at the actual clock and see what time it is. This is real small on my other monitor. I have to move a cup or a glass out of the way and tilt my head, and I'm like, okay, why did I do this? Why is it 3 in the morning? But like, it's a sort of a thing that I have where if somebody puts me in a room where I don't see a clock, I have no idea how much time passes. I just don't know. People ask me, is it 5 minutes? Has it been 15 minutes? Has it been 25? I can kind of take guesses, but I really don't.
Firing, holding.
Yeah, very often, Derek. I'll get to the point that I'm so tired that
That's where it's producing the most, but like Lima says, kind of swirling back around towards the bottom half. From what I saw, it's pretty much in line with what he said. So let's give it a couple minutes here, and then we'll re-engage.
Thanks. That's Dixie Fire chatter now. What I wanted to do is just set up a simple cam for the Dixie Fire. I also hate being told to go to sleep. I'm a grown woman, and I don't like being told like I'm a kid. You can say, I want you to go to sleep now. That's okay. You can remind me what time it is and ask me if it's been my goal to go to sleep at a certain point. But I am an adult, and there's always that offensive thing to it when people are trying to tell me like I'm a kid to go to sleep. Would I walk into your house and tell you to take a nap? I'd be a complete jerk, wouldn't I? You know? So I do appreciate the reminders and the concern aspect of it, but I really want it to be phrased like I am a responsible adult. Sometimes I do stop on purpose to cover the fires more because it's just that important. Sometimes I just do forget what time it is. But yeah, this is a lot of screen here, and I don't have the nightlight on because it taints.
Yeah, all engines that are parked on the south side of the 36, when we bump up, let's all move to the north side to get better eyes on this, on the north side of this.
Okay, so there's action on the Dixie Fire somewhere, but we don't know where. Anyway. I will say, though, if you came into my house and told me to take a nap, I would comply. That's a good comeback. That's a good comeback. Knuckles. Knuckles salute. So I'm not going to do the Armstrong cam then if it's going to be Dixie live. I'm just kind of wondering if I should just take the stream offline today. Because I'd hate to wake up and say, hi guys, taking it offline for the thing I need to do. If it goes for weeks like the news states, it could reach Portola. Well, we know it's going to be burning for weeks. It'll probably be burning until November, maybe December, whenever we get heavy rains. It doesn't mean it won't be contained, though. But I just don't have any optimism about containing it. We would have to have extremely favorable weather. So until the week arrives that we have extremely favorable weather to make actual progress, then I won't speculate. I mean, to really know exactly how far it could go. I'm going to mute that a second. We'd have to know the weather months in advance. I already told you guys what it's capable of doing. It's capable of erasing Chico, erasing Orville, erasing Redding, or whatever it wants to do if it spreads out enough and then we get Santa Ana wind conditions and it blows down to the valley. It'll erase whatever towns are in its way, or try to. And they'll have to defend them. Just like they had to defend Chico and Orville from these other fires. It has the potential to do that, to reach the valley for sure. If we get Santa Ana winds before heavy rains. We could lose a lot of what we have already saved and lose all progress, period, on the fire. That's why I say containment asterisk. It's the nature of this drought and everything. Did you hear about all the LA fire air support and the ground tankers we got on Caldor today? Yeah. Weren't you here when I was covering that? I mean, or is that something I missed? The military air support, the night water drops, first in California history. Oh, those? No, I didn't. Oh, you weren't? Oh, okay. Well, I thought you guys were talking about the night water drops that were scheduled and canceled on the Caldor. Oh, that's so good that you are safe. I'm so glad. I'm so glad she left with you. That is wonderful. Wonderful. Sorry about that. I thought you were just here earlier when I was talking, so my confusion. See you in the morning. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm good you got rest too. That's wonderful. I don't know about specific places. I've already done the worst case scenario, which is that these fires could erase towns that are right up against the foothills in the valley if we got sent to inner winds before a heavy rain. And so that's just the facts, the worst case scenario. But will we get heavy rain before then, or favorable weather? Even if we just had really cold days, freakish weather. I mean, we're having freakishly cold weather right now for a couple of weeks or something. They could get by enough time to make really good lines places to lessen the percentage chance of that possibility. You were wondering why I didn't see night activity on flight radar? Yeah, a lot of times the military ones don't have it. They don't have transponders. Yeah, Wicked says, after this fire, I may need to buy a fifth wheel and be ready to always move with the wildfires in California. Well, the thing is that nobody's going to be able to afford a house pretty soon in California with now that the extreme housing shortage, the cost of fire insurance. It may be that people just own a couple lots and travel between them like nomads. I hate to say it, but civilized life is under threat in California to the point where a lot of people may feel a lot more safer being mobile as a pastoral nomad, pastoral wanderer. People might even be taking their livestock from place to place. It may be that you can no longer own a ranch. You have to own several and move your livestock from safe place to safe place every single time there's a fire. I mean, there's a whole new lifestyle that people may have to adapt to. And it may just be that people could just never afford a house for a couple of generations in California any longer, especially if they let foreign billionaires buy up everything and jack up the rent to whatever they feel like. But the bright side is there's positives to that side of lifestyle too. You get to see the world, right? You get to see more of the country, and you get to feel safe and move away from smoke and things like that. It's pluses and negatives to everything. Yeah, it is. And I'm still talking. It's 3:22 in the morning. I have to go, and I'm just thinking of just shutting the computer down because there's only like 50 people watching. I can't find anything to listen to. Nobody's talking on the scanner, and I can't find a good camera to refresh and show either that would be dynamic through the night. And I reached the point where I can't make decisions anymore. I have no blood sugar and no energy, and I'm sick. So I'm frustrated now. I can't even find something to look at. I can't figure out if I should find like a Dixie fire camera, like Dire Mountain or something. Because I really doubt that I'll be around able to get online before 2 in the afternoon. You want to send me a care package? Oh, that's so nice. Maybe we could all have a party when this is over. That's what I was hoping for, is a party somewhere in California. And that would be cool to have a meet and greet. Wouldn't that be cool? What we all need is something to look forward to. It is 3 in the morning. Yeah, they'll start filing in at 5. That's when most people wake up. That's when I should be waking up, understanding what happened through the night of the fires. At 7, I should be showing the early morning briefings. I'm not showing up in the afternoon. I'm supposed to reset my schedule tonight. I'm just thinking I've been a little bit of an idiot about that. But pizza, yeah, will definitely be a pizza or donut place, something like that. Yeah, it's amazing bad that I'm still up. Like I keep doing this to myself, but I need to have a big clock in the room that I can see, and that would grab my attention from now on. There's just no dynamic cameras that during the day will still function like the FLIR one does. And look at it. It just malfunctions. Well, you know what? I could put a short refresh timer on it. Refresh every 3 minutes. Or 4. Do 40 seconds. What are the advanced options? Well, whatever. I'll just say now listening to Dixie Fire and just leave it at that because I've passed the point of making good decisions. Okay. Sick day. I want to explain I'm not going to be back till late afternoon, that I may not even be back. Yeah. No, winds are never really predictable. Well, I keep explaining the day-night cycle. In general, the day valley heat rises because heat rises, so it goes to higher elevations. So you get a wind from the valley to the mountains. So mostly from the west to the east. And at night, as it cools off, the winds in general go from the higher elevations back to the valley, so the opposite direction, aiming at the valley. But we have northeast winds right now blowing into the valley from the desert, cold ones. Cold, dry ones. So that has made constant wind direction towards the valley all day and for the foreseeable future. I know, I'm getting frustrated, hangry too. Part of it's low blood sugar. I can't think and do anything, but if I just have to do this, set it up, and walk away. But opera here is not functioning the way it needs to. Okay, I'll just reopen it. What the heck is going on? Every other website except Lassen County Fire and EMS will open an opera. Every other one. The Caldor fire opens an opera. Yep, open mouth and serve food, but I have to go prepare it, go over there, and there's nothing to listen to meanwhile. Just frustrated. If I put it on Edge browser, I had a complete Edge browser crash today. Chrome, you know what I did is I opened one window of Chrome and it took 8% of my CPU. It's like, really? Alright, it says we're connected to Dixie Fire Chat. See if I can keep it from auto sleeping, the Lassen County tab. What? What? Okay. Alright. Maybe that'll be okay. But I haven't heard a peep out of it. It's like, is it actually saying anything? Yeah, I hear a little static. Okay. Oh yeah, Chrome. Jeez. It was an incognito, that's the thing. Any sort of containment for Caldor? Don't think so. They're battling to save cabins over at Pi right now. Okay, guys. If the feed drops out, it just might. Is that small text readable? It's bigger? Okay. But yeah, the whole concept of containment. My last stream began with their meeting about all of California fires. The general Cal Fire meeting was saying containment is meaning a lot less than it used to, basically, because the embers are flying overhead past lines. Where the fires are breaking out of control, it's going over the tops of our heads, basically. An unprecedented amount of sticks and stuff flying high into the air because of the aerocumulus clouds reaching long-range spotting. So, yeah. Oh, thank you for being here, Pyrotechnic, and everybody here. I appreciate you so much. I will leave you with this. Sorry, I'm so frustrated. I gotta go. I'm gonna do another thing where I just try to sleep a lot, because I can't just keep sleep depriving myself and waking up early, and I'll just try to heal. But it's so hard being sick right now with a fever. But you know, they stopped a lot of the progress of it. That's different than containment. They stopped a lot of the movement in some areas of the Caldon and other places today. So there's a lot of good work that they did. But containment's a very specific thing, meaning like the fire can't go past a place, and they don't have any of that really anywhere. And I mean that. They don't really have any of that with any fire anywhere, except a cache fire by Lake County today. And the others that they, pounced on and contained when they were really small. But I completely disagree with them repopulating places like Chester. It's just, It's the wrong call. It's unsafe. So, but there, but here we are. Yeah, they did a lot of retardant drops and a lot of cool things. They did nighttime airdrops, people were saying. Just really good. Oh, that's okay. You know what? There's a lot of people who have the job of being a pyrotechnic expert. So don't worry. Like, people, that's a job. That's a job description. But thank you so much for caring. And I am still talking. I'm still here, and I do have to quit that habit. So I'm going to pull myself away from the fires. At some point, I will have to take the computer down, I think, sometime in the afternoon. But maybe I should just write that so people have the warning. We need to take stream offline in afternoon. For some hours. We'll check in. Do I sleep with a wool blanket? Dang right I do. I gotta throw. I want to have a Hudson Bay blanket. You're on Fuego. Yeah, I do. I don't know why I do this. Okay. Good night, guys. Thank you so much, mods. You guys are awesome. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fire was man's first friend. It's like the first thing that we got from nature, and then next were dogs. That's man's best friend. And by the way, it's not sexist. Man in the old days means mankind. That was what humankind was called. So technically, fireman, policeman is not gender specific. It's just not capitalized because it's part of the same word, but it always meant person. So I kind of joke when you now have to say firewoman. It's like, when I think of the word firewoman, I just think of like a hot dancer or something, like Mardi Gras, and they twirling around the flaming batons or something. That's a firewoman. Yeah, it never was sexist. I just kind of, that's why all men are created equal. It's capitalized. When you capitalize men instead of in the middle of a sentence, it means humanity. So there you go. But yeah, I should have a super sarcastic comedy show. Very few of us would get it, but we'd all find it super funny. Yeah, exactly. Mankind. So we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. That is philosophical truth. There we go. All right, good night, guys. I'm gonna hope this works. Hoping the feed and stuff doesn't drop out. Thank you, guys. Good night. Congress critter. Congress critter. They really are, though, aren't they? Congress varmints. Oh, we can have fun with that theme. Thanks, guys. Thanks for making me laugh. Good night.
Romeo on command. Vision Romeo, range 16, go ahead. Romeo, I have a minor IWI. Let me know when you're ready to copy information. Go ahead. Brand 16, copy, break. Communication with Brand 16. Brand 16, like communication, minor IWI, Division Romeo, ready to copy information. Minor burn, left hand. Go ground transport to 821 and 40. Requesting 1 code 2 medic units to that location. Got the engine 4471. The patient is a 31-year-old male. Copy.
You hear that? That's core stethoscope technology by Echo, removing background noise so you can focus on the sounds that matter. Learn more about Echo at echohealth.com.
Red section on 821. We do have personnel at scene, and we'll be able to get them through. We should be able to at least get them through diagonal once the tracks are validated, clear. Traffic 351. traffic for 351.
I love family road trips. Wind in my ears.
Good dog.
Treats in my mouth. And peace of mind, knowing Les Schwab did our tires, brakes, and alignment. Like Les Schwab, my family's safety is my first priority. Well, that and squeaky toys.
Now, save up to $100 when you buy select tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Dozer Boss Sims, Janesville Branch on command. 5 through 0430 weather. Break. West Communications, good. I turned over to the ambulance en route to the hospital. That was dry, 49, RH 58, ticket 20. Can I get a order number for the patient and be advised he'll need a CAL FIRE rep? If you're able to determine who that rep will be and advise. West Communications, Romeo. We're going to run it through the safety stop at branch 16 and safety is aware. He'll be following the ambulance shortly. Additionally, patient's going to likely be going to the EVAC. Romeo, West Communications, copy. Yeah, if you can track down the order number, and then if you can just confirm the transport destination where the patient's transported. Copy. Confirming you're looking for the order number for the strike team he's on. That's affirm. Go 1575. Copy, 1575. And last thing we need is an ETA for transport time. Romeo, they'll be en route to 35 BTE. Copy 35, thanks.
You hear that? That's the power of core stethoscope technology by Echo. With active noise cancellation and up to 40 times amplification, you can hear more of what you need and less of what you don't, to help you make confident care decisions in any environment. Learn more about Echo at echohealth.com. That's ekohealth.com, and use code AUDIO for $20 off.
Golf, Janesville branch. How'd that piece look when you guys dove down off of it? Did it flop over that at all? Going down?
Negative. It, all hell within the check lines. I've got, Pine Grove 2 down there where it hits that, Honey Lake Road. Watch, keeping an eye on that. It's got about 1,000-foot dog leg in it, where the dozer line up hits Lakeview, and then ran about 1,000 foot hose way to where the Lakeview dozers are all tied in into the bottom.
So you think that originally went down pretty much as black all the way down one side, right?
It's the line that runs down from Lakeview down into the valley is direct.
Good job.
Yep.
just want to confirm that we do have hose lays met going up last night.
Those are lined from the 395 all the way up to Janesville, Gray, and hose line Plum.
Okay, copy that. Good job. I'm getting ready to head in for the office pretty brief, so if you need anything, just call on my cell. And then I tried tying in with Dozer Boss Sims up on top, but he must be far enough out that I couldn't get him. So I was just going to get an update from him, but I'm taking that as good news because he must be out pretty far.
Yeah, I made my way up there earlier too, and I couldn't reach him as well.
Okay, copy. If you need anything, give me a holler.
Sounds good, thank you.
A great group, Janesville, man. Group branch. Additionally, do you know used pretty much all that hose that was delivered?
Yeah, that's affirmative.
Copy.
The Labor Day preview mattress sale at
Tired of waking up hot and uncomfortable system that pulls excess heat away from your body to help you sleep deeper all night and wake up more refreshed every morning. The Tempur-Pedic Summer of Sleep ends soon. Don't miss our best offer of the year and your chance to get your best sleep. All Tempur-Pedic mattresses are on sale with savings up to $700 on adjustable mattress sets. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
I think he said he put it on your dash. But it's not here. Yeah, if I find it, I'll tie in with you. Sounds good, thanks. Confirm. From holding. Check. From holding. And take some of your apparatus and kind of spread them out a little bit down the fire line. These are just all bunched up. We just got to get a little more spread out. I'll get a couple of striking meters, just start lining them out a little bit more. They're kind of getting bunched up. Nine, holding. Just kind of patrol the line also and kind of bump up and get the strike team a little more spread out.
head back, see how it's doing back here, and then I'll start. Probably. Were you thinking pulling the Gulf out where we started out, get around the line? I believe so, yeah. I'm going to go back right now. I think it's 62 Gulf. I can't see what I'm driving, but I believe that's what it was. Go ahead, firing. Okay.
Is it just sneakers that sneak into your mind, or is it your kind of creativity from the midsole to your very soul before you unfold the vision on the XPS? Within the styles and rubber, you're putting one foot in front of the other to create the track and the tread for all the thoughts in your head, turning ideas into action and gaining more traction with the XPS. Get into your universe at Dell.com/XPS. Verified for exceptional experiences with Intel Evo platform.
Romeo, Brand 16 on command.
Tired of waking up hot and uncomfortable? Start sleeping cool on the Tempur-Breeze by Tempur-Pedic. It's engineered with a revolutionary cooling system that pulls excess heat away from your body to help you sleep deeper all night and wake up more refreshed every morning. The Tempur-Pedic Summer of Sleep ends soon. Don't miss our best offer of the year and your chance to get your best sleep of the summer. All Tempur-Pedic mattresses are on sale with savings up to $700 on adjustable mattress sets. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
Golf from River Group, yep.
Range 16 on command.
Hey, good morning. How are we looking up there? So that one piece when the little fingers were kind of cleaning up the road, all that holding real good? Branch 16, go ahead for 41 Charlie.
7-hour flight showing two spots outside the line north of Division Romeo. You ready to copy last long?
With the first.
Both in the same general vicinity. North 40 degrees, 33 decimal 742 by 121 degrees, 16 decimal 224. Stop.
Go ahead with the second.
I have one lap long. Both spots are shown in the same vicinity.
Hey, copy. Division Romeo's out of comms range, placing a phone call for the previous issue. We'll get resources in to check those. 36, about 7 o'clock.
Bye.
Charlie, Christie Group. Charlie, Christie Group, can we get one of your engines, when the day breaks, get one of your engines to drive up to the very top of where we started the dozer line and grab a personnel who has a bench and get a clean track from the top all the way to the bottom. Then you guys can pick them up downstairs.
At 9441 Charlie, it appears this will be in section 36 in the southeast corner of section 36.
Copy. We'll get those plotted and try and get eyes on them.
15.
off of Gainesville grade, but stand by, let me get you a sec. Do you have a map in front of you for reference? By the pumping platform at the end of Whispering Pine. Branch 16, 41 Charlie. 41 Charlie. Confirming north 40 degrees, 33.742, west 121, 16.224. That's affirmative. Powered from solar 11.8 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline 15.1 volts. Powered from solar 11.6 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline 15.9 volts. Powered from solar 11.8 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline 15.4 volts. Powered from solar 12.1 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline 15.7 volts. 9441 Charlie, branch 16 on command. Powered from solar 12.4 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline 15.2 volts. Powered from solar 12.0 volts.
Open circuit. Alkaline. 15.9. Passed it off to your strike team. They have all the intel. Spots that are identified so far. Section 36, south corner of section 36. Alkaline, 16.2 volts. Volt. Open circuit. Alkaline. 16.1 volt.
that. Tango, command. Holding, copy, last report.
What do you mean, where did I go? It's because I've been trying to go to bed since about 2 in the morning. Well, actually, since midnight, but I've been working on this problem. Every time I walked away from the computer, I looked back at the computer and, like with my vitamins for bedtime, and I'd sit back down because, well, the button that says Broadcastify Radio kept saying play. I'm like, play? It already was playing. So I'd hit play again, I'd walk away and load the dishwasher, get it ready for bed, come back, and it says play. Okay, so I hit it again. There's a commercial and people say, oh, that's loud. Sorry, strobing flashing light. I should have set that as a warning. It's headlights in front of this camera. I guess headlights hit the camera when people approach it, like from an angle. And so I would be satisfied it was playing again. Then I'd go get my PJs on, check the feed again before bed. Oh, it says play, and people are saying no sound, no sound. So I sat back down and tried to troubleshoot, and just got more angry and angry. Because I'd find a setting on Edge or Chrome browser or whatever it was I was using, and it says tab sleeping. To save computer memory, we will sleep a tab that is not active. Well, the active tab was the video, when I would leave on so people could see, and the inactive tab was anything else. It would put sleep, so I disabled that. Restarted, didn't work. So then I went further, and there's a secret menu called discards, and you can look at it, and it's like, aha, it's not exactly tab sleeping, it's tab discarding, so that the rest of your computer runs faster. It'll just make a tab stop functioning. Okay, so there's a toggle switch, so I turned it off. Satisfied, I go back to bed and realize I'm thirsty. I need a drink. I go get my drink, look at the computer, no sound, no sound, where's the sound? And it says play. So I sit back down. Okay, why didn't that work? I need to restart the browser after I hit that switch. Nope, didn't work. Okay, so I think I'll put it in Opera. I have two browsers open. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So I copy and paste Lassen County Fire and EMS into Opera. And it goes a little something like this. I'll show you. It's absurd. You take the same website that works on every other browser. That's what it does. Loading, loading, loading. Huh. So what is it about Broadcastify that it can't show here? So I do things like this. Broadcastify. Just the general listening page. Okay. What about another random website? Okay. All right. So, guess that won't work. The funny thing was, I would copy and paste other Broadcastify channels like the Caldor fire, and it worked. So I went, yeah, okay. The thing is, I build computers. I know how they work. I know how to do it. But these are new features in Chrome, and Edge browser is based on Chrome. And Opera has its own set. So, guess what's running in Opera? The clock. This is the clock. It's running fine. But if I change, you see how it changes down there when I do anything with it? I don't want to close this and restart Opera. I have a stubbornness. I've got to redo that clock. So my workaround has been keep the clock, put it in Firefox. I had to download Firefox because I haven't used it in ages. It's a bit of a resource hog as far as streaming goes. It's almost as bad as Chrome these days. And this is Indian Ridge Cam. And it quieted down. We had another midnight miracle last night, guys. A lot of communities would have been eaten, but just before midnight. Fire moderates on all fronts. The Caldor fire, though, was pretty active. I think it was mostly the temperature being so cold. It was like 60 degrees last night. I sound great for someone who's been unwell and up all night. Yeah, I was just in the bathroom worshiping the white bowl and depositing my my offering. So anger kind of gives you a sense of energy. But I'm looking over, and it's been playing for 31 minutes now on Podcastify on Firefox. I may just leave it like that, but in reality, I can't stand the white. The white, it's blazing into my eyes from the other screen here, so I'm going to try to get a dark mode. Firefox extension dark mode. I think I'll just put Dark Reader on Firefox as well. It's my #1 go-to. Really helps things. Just to be darker. Just one little click. Most things. So I was going to read about the Walker's Fire. I have little knowledge about it, and there's no camera that can show us the Walker's Fire. But I think it's threatening the sequoias. Morning, guys, by the way. Toothless grin, remarkably clear, and GVNC this morning must be prevailing winds. The moon was red last night. Ugh. So, what's GV? Coffee break, sure. I think I did just update you on Caldor. We're blind on all Caldor cameras now. I'm glad I didn't leave that on as the camera of the night. The smoke was disappointing. They even launched a helicopter last night. And they were going to do nighttime drops. That was really excited. I even played the theme song, Flight of the Valkyries. We were all celebratory and it was good. And then he goes, canceling, returning to base. No visibility. He was going to go help them protect cabins at Pi Pi. And they asked for help. So the ground crews worked through the night securing it, and most of the radio was completely silent. No news was very good news. Hayfork made it. I think Mineral made it. All those things. We don't have a camera at Mineral either. Let's see now if I could put Dark Reader. Isn't that better? I just have a weird mask commercial. Oh, is that Office Depot? Buy masks and USB sticks in pretty colors. 65% off. Okay. So, the night was very, very quiet. Very, very quiet. The Midnight Miracle happened again. Are we still in red flag? I don't know. Let's see. Noah, red flag. App. Thought we were supposed to be until 8 p.m. Why is it pink and you click on it, it says no active fire weather watches, warnings, or advisories? It obviously means something, the pink. Somebody told me the trick about this, and that's the thing. There shouldn't be a trick about it. You should touch it with your finger, and it should tell you what's going on. That's what it does in simpler apps like My Radar. So what's the trick I'm missing? Forecasts. Wildfire information. Oh my god, that scared me. This one's stupid. Okay, allow cookies. See, the public would just give up after about 5 seconds of this stupidness. Pink might be smoke. Well, then why don't you click on it and it just says... Why doesn't it just say what it is? You know, third-party websites often just work better.
Yeah, I'm going to be extended. I'm not working on the spot right now. I'm maybe another 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
You're committed to a spot. Just an FYI, a text and place the call at your convenience.
Okay, so this ugly gray color is air quality alert. Feedback. What the hell is the pink? Excuse my language. I'm hot and bothered.
1521 Charlie train. 1521 Charlie on command.
You know, I'm about as frustrated as a one-legged cat trying to bury turds in a frozen pond. Ah, ArcGIS says that is a red flag warning.
4807. Holding.
I guess we have to trust the non-official.
Yeah, do you have some of your resources that we can just bump to the front? You guys can assist the firing. You can give them 3-4 engines and all backfill from where you're at, where you're lined out with firing.
$2020? Oh, it's a video. Okay.
3807, will that give you 3 at the top ahead of it?
Okay, a red flag warning is issued for weather events which may result in extreme fire behavior that will occur within 24 hours. A fire watch is issued when weather conditions could
Harvey from River.
exist the next 1272. A red flag warning is a...
Just 224s, 869, I got his ticket, we just need 10-1, I think 22 Charlie, we're going to round him up. Yeah, we just got 224s, 869 and 1051. I already got 869's ticket, and I think 22 Charlie to round up 1051 for me.
See, this is the problem. The people can't...
So what you have to do is just do tactical patrol from the drop point down to where these excavators are, and then turn around where it's safe, and you can just tactical patrol that area for me.
This is why people get confused. It's taking me how long to find a simple answer to the question. How long is the red flag warning going to go? I'm having June 2021 results. So it's like, what do you do now? Let's go to KCRA. Let's depend on the media. When is the red flag warning going to go away? Ugh. That's why I don't like to look at the...
4807, get his rigs in position first, and he'll line them out with the fire, and then from there we'll just backfill back towards the drop point.
Okay.
Stop. 4807 holding. If you get 3 to 4 rigs towards the front, let me know, and then I'll figure out where you're at, and I'll drop back towards the drop point.
Through this evening. Aha, there's page 2. Red flag warning. You'd think that they would just put that on the main page. Gusty north to east winds continue today. That is the best way to confuse people. Gusty north to east winds. That means winds coming out of the north blowing to the south, coming out of the east blowing to the west. But what they said was north to east, so it makes people think, oh, winds are coming out of the north going to the east. Yeah. Continued today across much of the Sacramento Valley and surrounding terrain. Gusty winds over the western Sierra slopes continue through late morning before decreasing. Valley winds stay breezy through this evening, although winds are expected to be less strong than those experienced yesterday. These gusty winds, combined with low humidity and extremely dry fuels, will bring critical fire weather conditions. Red flag warnings remain in effect until 11 a.m. this morning for gusty winds and low humidity in the fire weather zones. Random string of numbers. Affected area, western slopes of the Sierra Nevada, western Plumas County, Verde Basin. Northwest winds of gusts of 25 to 35 miles per hour. Locally higher in favored gaps and canyons. The strongest winds are expected over higher elevations and favorably oriented gaps and canyons. Humidity minimum of 15 to 25%.
Going down off the hill.
That was over in Division Gulf or whatever. Impacts. Any active fires or new fires that develop will likely spread rapidly. Outdoor burning is not recommended. Understatement of the year. It should say outdoor burning is forbidden because nobody allows outdoor burning in a red flag. And nobody does. I just wish what was given to the public was a lot more clear. Okay. Going back to chat.
If you're able to get a hold of Simmons from your location to see, check his status and get an update from him.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Dozer Boss Sims, 75 Golf Attack.
Okay, copy. Sounds good.
Hmm.
And are they behind your apparatus?
See if I can get a better shot at it. (977), can you get a hold of Sims? Yeah, copy. Let me know when you do. Christy's looking for me.
Yep. A Midnight Miracle. The Midnight Miracle happened. It's been happening for the last week. Every single night, fires run up to next to a town and stop right in front of it, and give firefighters a little bit of time to react to it. The critical time they need. So while the fire was
75 Gulf, confirming your dozer line and the Plums hose line started at the top of section 33. Which would be to the southwest of Janesville grade, is that correct?
East Communications giving reports of spot fires in your area with witnessed civilian action being taken. Rough coordinates of the township information when you're ready. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I have Township 27 North, Range 11 East, 31, and on the map, it looks like it's right near drop point 165.
You will not believe this crazy time lapse.
Yeah, we'll go
Thank you. Communication is clear.
Zero is in 208.
Where 48 Charlie's starting at.
This is nuts. This is the French fire in Kern County.
And that's where he's going to start his mapping, up there where the dozer line ties down into, or where the hose lay ties, heads down the hill from there.
Yeah, the evening, yesterday, we had a midnight miracle. Firefighters can't stop a mega fire when it's raging, but the moment that they get a little break in the weather, they can pounce on it and do counter strikes. And that's what they've been doing. It just buys them time to splash retardant and make lines and all that stuff. We did have a serious injury last night at 9:37. Second-degree burn victim, 27-year-old male. They said he was a contractor, not like a federal firefighter. He had severe burns on his hands, and they tried to expedite the ambulance. So we keep having injuries on the fire and no fatalities yet, but for how long? That again was the time lapse through the night. You don't usually see color on the cameras at night, but the fire was bright enough that it thought it was daytime. Just absolutely nuts. That's down there at Lake Isabella, Southern California. Yeah, it's one of the craziest ones. Covering last year's fires and such, and the Paradise one, it's not the craziest thing I've ever seen, but pretty high up there. This is really moderate. Like, the fact that the fire is within the camera's view for so long without just racing somewhere else. I mean, this is extremely slow spread right here, even though it's very bright. Something is stopping it from climbing the hill. And I don't know what that thing is, but it just stops right there. Is it a road? You see how it's just stopped. I mean, the wind much of the time is blowing away, and we're seeing it like we're seeing the rear of it. And that's all the difference when the wind's feeding it from the back at that point, so that's the active part.
I'm going to travel that route side of the base camp, see if it's over there. I don't see ash anywhere.
But then see the change. After a bit, wind is going mostly like so, and the main part of the fire moves away, and this is just active right here. It's my best interpretation. There could be a road or some other thing in front of it. But notice how the smoke's mostly going away from the camera, but it shifts around a couple of times. That shifting variable direction and the swirling action was pretty nuts. So they have their hands full down there where it's all variable. Firefighters hate variable. They'd rather have, in many occasions, a more fierce wind as long as it was predictable, just going in one direction. So they would just be on the favorable side and attack it from the rear and not have a fear of being suddenly swallowed when it turned around. But when it is too variable like that, they gotta stay away from it.
4122 gets going much more. Let's kind of get a hose line ready, knock it down a little bit.
The Hayfork camera suddenly somehow survived. But we lost the Hamilton Mountain one.
4122, just keep an eye on it. If it starts getting too much up there, we'll just knock it down a little bit.
We've been watching this hill burn for days. This goes to show you how the area just smolders, and as soon as it gets wind, it flares right back up again.
Go ahead, Sergeant. 4.
Good morning, GRD Truckee. Stopping by for update. I'm a superwoman? No, I'm just mad. I can't go to sleep when I have a computer problem. Thanks, though, for the compliment. The update was yet another night of Midnight Miracle. We didn't see too much destruction, except there was a lot of activity down there, and I don't know what kind of structures impacted by Lake Isabella.
Copy that. You can go tie in with Wildcat.
In the early night, we had a lot of activity and firefighter injury where he had second-degree burns on his hands on the Dixie fire. It was flaring up good, but then, boom, right around midnight, fire moderated and on all fronts. Unseasonably cold weather surely helped.
Holding.
But they did struggle to protect cabins and stuff in the Caldor by Pai Pai Valley, and they called off an air night attack. That
Drop point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and make your way down. You'll see at the where we're doing the firing ops, ahead of the firing ops. Go ahead and come on down. Engage in a safe location towards the front of it, and we'll be able to get some water to these crews.
Copy, heading up the hill.
So they even did firing
60 Charlie.
on the Dixie. It's so good. Oh, thank you for being here.
Yeah, same story. Let's feed fuel, and I'll catch up with you after briefing.
Now this blackened dead tree refuses to burn. I want to know what it is. What species is this thing? Tree on the left. What?
1056, water center 1056, holding.
Whatever it is, night after night, it just sits there and doesn't burn.
Thank you.
Go ahead and proceed down eastbound on 36. You'll see where the majority of the fire. Go ahead and park next to the fire engines in a safe location and be ready to give them some water.
Safe location. They're doing risky stuff. So CalTopo only has the GOES live satellite is the one that's the most real time. What you do is you look at
1056, just proceed eastbound on the 36, and you'll see where the majority of the fire is with all the OES fire engines there.
So you say, what is 1324 UTC in Pacific? It always tells you when was that image taken.
Stand by for your 0630 weather. Break.
624. So then,
Winds are 2 to 4 out of the northeast,
no change. Sideball 4747, down 1, RH 61, 61, up 3, ticket 10, 1.
You see red's 10 minutes old, orange 10, 60 minutes old. These satellites are always really hovering, the GOES one. Now this Modus and Veers is extremely old. It just tells you mostly what happened yesterday. You zoom in, and you see mountain time. 2:45 mountain time, which is 1 hour ahead of Pacific. So it was 1:45 in the morning. 1:45 in the morning. You have to zoom in real close, because you can zoom in a little area
181. Still holding.
elsewhere, and it might be much later. Like, vastly different. This one isn't specifically, but depending on where the satellite
I don't
is.
want all you guys bunched up right there. So you count to patrol back and forth. That'd be great.
They're doing a dangerous firing op somewhere on the Dixie. I think in Division Gulf. The fire's right on top of Lake Isabella.
Yeah, water spraying that just passed. Yeah, just use a bit of road, just don't get into vegetation.
Like you go, Lake Isabella. Right there. It's burned down to the water line as far as I know. You can go to the other Shirley cam, going across. I don't know how bad Wilford Heights was impacted. But this is the view from yesterday, the last 12 hours. Am I saying it right? Is it Wooford or Wooford, or is it Wooford? Something fancy? Maybe not the water line, and I hope not. But it looked like it on satellite. The wind did push it back the other way for a bit. The wind generally went to the west after a while, so we can't see a lot of the progress from this way. So maybe Wilford Heights is relatively okay. Maybe it didn't burn to the shore in this section, but to the south it may have. Uncomfortably close, and just because it didn't last night doesn't mean it won't, you know. What the camera's angle was seeing was kind of narrow, roughly like that. But it's still going. Although now it's shrouded. But this was the other side. This was that incredible time lapse where it's just like, wow. Camera saw the fire so bright last night that it went into color mode several times, thinking it was daytime. I'm still puzzled why it didn't climb the rest of the hill. But the swirling winds.
Looking at this top section, they could probably get away with Type 2 crew for mopping this in. So would free up some resources for putting the line in up over top of this hill.
Morning, non-vet Buck.
Christy, copy. I'll share that with Brand. We got our 215 in yesterday, but as you know, a lot of horse trading going on. So I'll touch base with him. And what I'd like to do at about 0700 hours for us to debrief down at the bottom, just try and get a good game plan and be able to pass them in along with 13 Golf, yourself, and 23 Charlie.
Sherriff on station?
Yeah, affirmative. 13, you copy, Chevron, 700 hours.
Are they going to have a morning update? I think they are.
Christy, you copy, 07 hours at Chevron.
So, he said we got another overnight miracle on the peninsula. Yeah, we did. But Intel says Caldor. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Caldor is going to be another monster today. I do.
Back, just confirm. You want just strike team leader or lead in place, or you good with just bringing them down? They got to go down and get some fuel anymore.
That's interesting, Cam. Never mind.
If you don't have any immediate areas of concern up there, then absolutely you can bring them down and get them fueled back up. And then we'll just pass it off to Day Division when they get out here.
We got a lot of it.
You know, everything looks real good. The wind's going, well, what little light we got is blowing the right direction, and the upside, it didn't move very much at all last night, so I'm good with handing this off in the morning. In a Type 2 crew, so you can free up some of your Type 1s or whatever, could probably mop this section from Dixie grade down.
So while Caldor was active, it just didn't move too much. They had the Omo Ranch problem and Pi Pi Valley problem. But they did a good job of keeping away from 50. And the winds went mostly due west. Look at that swirl as it kind of changes, though, at some point. Around 2-ish in the morning. That cloud cover is what kept the night drops from happening, but they did launch a helicopter to scout it out, and they were going to do night drops. And they said returning to base. First night of solid sleep from midnight to 0500 hours and 3 days. Yep.
River Group, go ahead.
Know the feeling. I haven't slept yet. And I'm now debating, should I stay up a little bit later to reset schedule? And just start waking up like 4 hours later every day. So finally I can just kind of wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning. That would be good.
Yeah, last traffic was at Duffy.
Because morning and nighttime is when I got to cover the fires. Morning and evening, not really night.
Okay, do you want the coming on or this morning?
Yep. Luck has been holding. Let's hope we keep it.
22 Charlie up to break 22 Charlie from River Group.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep watching the mesmerizing. Surely can.
Okay, work for holding. Dixie TAC 1.
And as Harley was saying a little bit earlier, you see the start, the ignition, and then just whoosh. But this time lapse is a little bit too late after that. I tried to go to sleep about that time, and then I had a major tech problem. And when I failed to fix it immediately, it made me angry. And I had this frustration. If I can't make the cameras work, because the FLIR camera kept dying.
Charlie from River Group, you up on
The FLIR camera kept dying and not refreshing. So I tried to find a camera that would just be good to monitor the fires through the night, but all of these become smoky and just blank during the day. So the FLIR was the best choice. At least that's something to look at. And I knew that sometime in the afternoon here I'd probably have to shut down the stream and use my computer for something else briefly. But I couldn't fix it, so I just kind of waited a little bit to see if the cam would come back. And when this story time and realized I'm getting stressed, I'll just kind of relax. And by the time we had the FLIR camera back working good, I kept walking away and just making sure stream was on before bed, and let's go back to the kitchen, get a drink of water, and I kept seeing that this feed, Broadcastify, was shutting off. So people would say, "No sound. Where's the sound?" And okay, yeah, let me read chat. Question. If you are evacuating and you have time, what should you do with barbecue propane tank and lawnmower can of gas? Put it in the driveway, leave it where it is. That's a dang good question. They become bombs. That's a dang good question. Oh, Ron Jones, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for helping keep the stream alive and get me a nice couple cups of coffee. I need it. That is such a good question. 'Cause I don't know if it's good to vent it out, or if that's bad for... Is it bad for the environment? You know? Or... pour the lawnmower's gas into your car? Brilliant! Sounds good. Did they ever make a pamphlet about that? Like, during wildfire, what should you do with your propane? What to do if a wildfire is approaching. Disastersafety.org. Monitor conditions and follow the advice of authorities. Or think for yourself and get out. Or get out sooner than they tell you in this case. Shut off gas supply to your home.
To you guys, it might be easier just to go out on and drive around.
It just says shut it off. But I would not leave a propane tank anywhere near my house.
Definitely be pumped to the top so that thing's so great.
Turn the handle clockwise to close any valves. That's good. Turn it off the supply to your house. If you've got the dedicated tank there. Close all appliance valves and gas valves inside the house or structure. Do not move propane cylinders anywhere near a house or structure. Okay, that's very generic, but what specifically? Propanesafetyfirst.com. Maybe we have an answer here. Shut off the gas, report a leak. What to do? Propane safety and wildfires. Mind you, I just Googled this. The purpose of this brochure is to provide information you need to know about propane safety and how to keep your family safe during and after a wildfire. But take a few simple. Hey, GRD, Turkey, Donut Money, thank you. That's it. I'm so fit to be tied. I need a comfort donut. I'm gonna dial up some Uber Eats right now. Get a donut delivery right now. That'll make me feel better. Okay, the purpose of this brochure is to provide info you need to know about safety and how to keep it safe. You know, because you got to keep it secret, keep it safe, precious. And by taking a few simple propane safety precautions and discussing it with your family, you can reduce potential property loss, personal injury, and even death. Never store or place propane.
Romeo 3-2, go ahead.
Yeah, we're in Trinity here, and we're looking to do some IR flight on Quebec.
Confirm your elevation.
Yes, we'll be operating at 6,500 feet below. Operating for
Valley at elevation of 6,500 feet and below.
Okay.
Unmanned Romeo 3-2, I copy 3 of approximately 60 minutes.
I'm listening. Just wait a second. Yeah, my radar is absolutely amazing for just anything weather related, just emergency alerts and that kind of thing. So first of all, you need to shut off the gas, rotate the main clockwise, righty-tighty. Rotate that main valve righty-tighty in a propane tank if it is safe to do so. Like, of course, if flames are licking your tank, just leave. To close the valve, turn it to the right. Turn off the gas supply valves near individual indoor appliances.
8775 go.
If you have a propane fireplace or log set, close any screen, door, or damper. Like a gas.
1321 75 go.
It says remove all tanks and gas grills and cylinders at least 10 feet from any structure. Have an adequate supply of propane in your tank before a wildfire.
Never mind. I'm talking to your relief operator. He says you don't know where the hell you're at. I'm trying to find somebody who does know where you're at.
That guy's accent is hilarious. Have an adequate supply of propane in your tank during and after a wildfire. Propane and other types of fuel may not be readily available. So, you know, just store it near your house during a wildfire. Roads leading to your home or farm may not be accessible for delivery. Oh my God, is that really the advice on this thing? Oh, wow. So, it says what you should do before wildfire is stock up on your propane. Make sure gas grills and propane cylinders are 10 feet away. And he's talking about having a 10-foot safety zone around the area. Like, gather up your sticks and leaves and push them away and see if there's any flammable vegetation around it and move it away from the tanks and such. What to do after a wildfire: never store or place a propane cylinder indoors or in an enclosed space like a basement, garage, shed, or a tent. Never use outdoor propane appliances indoors. Never use a gas oven or range top burners to provide space heating. Do not, under any circumstances, try to modify or repair the valves. Never turn on a light switch or use a power source or inspect your house while standing in water. That can result in electrocution. What has that got to do with the propane? I mean, sure, your house might be wet after a fire, but okay. Do inspect your propane appliance. So I'm going to say we have no idea because Propane Safety First is giving the most frightening advice. Do stock up on your propane before a wildfire. Let's see if propane.com has something better. Scott and Robin, thank you so much for the Uber donuts. Thank you. I'm getting happier already. How do I prepare my propane home? Probably safety tips. Clear 10 foot aware, everything else. But you know what? Are there any firefighters in here who would know that? Because that's... And thank you guys so much. You're sweetie pies. And Kim, thank you. Thanks for all you do. Grateful for shared information. I'm thinking Clyde Beatty is right. Place portable propane canisters in a visible area away from the house so firefighters can see it. I'm thinking the driveway. Just the end of the driveway at the sidewalk. If you're on the street. Because there's usually a lot less flammable stuff out by the street.
Yeah, can you send an engine going free to the dogleg guardrail post? Need some attention between section 4.
They're just generally talking about the firing ops. They're using the cool of the morning to do something over there at Division Golf on the Dixie fire. I can't remember where that one's at. But I do believe that's very good advice. I think a lot of homes are leveled when people just grab their car keys and run because the propane tank goes up and it follows the valves straight into the house. I mean, it's going to be venting. I just don't know if a person should try to drain their big tank.
Yeah, what's your location and where do you want us to spread out?
Our donut place has sides of fruit. Yeah, blueberries.
I'm between the drop point and towards Susanville. We're on a stretch. You'll see we're firing a lot of smoke. Where are you guys at?
We're just coming to 36 go, man.
Okay, let me get in a position. If you guys can find a safe spot, you're pretty close. I don't want to pass you. Go ahead and proceed westbound, and I'll tie in with you. You'll see where we're firing operation going. I'll need you to get ahead and just work with the firing group.
Back up. I just touched them. I'm at that big turnout with the hook.
These just kind of echo each other. They just say...
Line you out in front of them so I don't have to hopscotch engine. So if we can make that work, that'd be great. So however you can turn around, we'll just line you out. Go ahead and do that, and I'll be good, and I'll kind of walk up to you.
Wildfire lessons learned.
Water. There are a bunch of water tenders. I don't know if you're full or...
Blevy. That word.
Okay, copy that.
Everybody who's a fan of amazing videos of explosions on YouTube knows the word Blevy. It's one of those, type that in and oh boy, do you get some fun search results. When of course nobody dies. Those are some fun videos. A Blevy is a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. Or sudden complete failure of a tank.
Firing, go. sources, or do you have engine or cruise?
Hang on,
No, I got a 9422 Charlie strike team coming in right now. I told them to tie in with you. They're going to be ahead of you, so you'll have that resource right in front of you. They're probably turning around right now. Yeah, I copy that.
as soon as they stop chattering,
422 Charlie. Holding.
this will be one fun thing to read. In fact, let me go dim the lights. I'm going to settle in for this one. Go get my phone, order my Uber donut.
You position yourself in front of them. You can work with them.
And I get to show you Blevies. Is that how firefighters pronounce that? Because it's how we, the fascinated public, pronounce that. Excuse me. Go get my drink here. A lot of these are non-copyrighted videos that I could show you as well, because they happen to be firefighting crews, works of the government, safety agencies, fair use for the use of fire education. Dan Daly, if the fire is sufficient to penetrate a propane tank, the fire is the main threat, not the propane tank. Perhaps store flammables in a marked shed away from the main structure. Not within a structure. All the advice is to put it away from structures and not in an enclosed space. Because you know what that can do? When it reaches a critical point, I mean, they tend to kind of explode, like the little tanks, right? The little ones are actually more dangerous. They're more like the bombs for firefighters. Like the ones for the gas grill. They tend not to have, the emergency release valves. So if you put them in a structure, you're going to blow up that shed and then send shrapnel somewhere. And the firefighters can't even see that you've stored something flammable within. So taking them outside to the safest point, like the end of the driveway at the street, and having it clearly visible for the firefighters is the best option. Or simply taking it with you, if you want to do that. So, I'm going to mute that a second because it's kind of not coming in. I continue to listen to Dixie fire. It's been a quiet morning. They're maneuvering around and even doing firing ops carefully. So, liquefied propane gas tanks, LPGs, are commonly found in wildland-urban interface. You could just say the countryside and present hazards to firefighters in that environment. LPG tanks may be found in a number of other environments such as motorhomes, travel trailers, grills, camp stoves, and lanterns. Directly attacking LPG tank fires is a structural fire task involving hazards. Hazardous materials that should only be attempted by trained personnel using full structural personal protective equipment and equipment with a volume of water adequate to safely attack the fire. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosions, Blevies. The most recognized hazard with LPG tanks is the Blevy. Boiled liquid expanding vapor explosion, or sudden complete failure of that tank. Some training courses have directed responders to approach the tank from the sides, believing that the force of the explosion will occur on the ends of the tank. However, this is not a guarantee that you will be safe from projectiles or missiles from the explosion, as they may travel in all directions up to 2,500 feet away. Leave the area immediately if you smell propane, hear a rising sound from a venting safety device, or see discoloration or deformation of the tank. If you leave the area, get at least 2,500 feet away and do not go downwind or downslope of the leaking propane. Blevies are a major hazard to emergency responders. Fuel reduction around the tanks.
Doing that firing show, so I'm going to hold you right there just in case needed.
Okay. So they're doing firing ops northeast of Taylorsville, kind of by Wilcox Valley area. So that's wonderful that we have cool and quiet morning conditions allowing them to do that. I continue to monitor that in my ear, and when they talk, I'll show you guys. You're going to bedtime? Just going to listen? Okay, thank you, Ms. Thank you so much for the night shift. Hey, C. Genvi. Do
in relation to at the end of Whispering Pine.
Oh, they're finding a missing tractor.
Those Coyote pickup trucks, that's who was leading that in 1418.
That guy's accent.
Copy. Is this set to go up to up Janesville grade or continue through Whispering Pine?
The last word I got from 1418 is that they were going to end up sitting on structures around Whispering Pines when they get down off the hill. And that was the last time I talked to them. I told them, get down there, set yourself up, keep an eye open for spots.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So you've got 1087, 1321, 1418, and 1422, I think, are all down in that area somewhere.
Copy, thanks.
You know what you could do, though, if you're diabetic? You could get a sugar-free, gluten-free, shade tree, certified organic, vegan, meat, dairy-free, chocolate-free. You could also get a fat-free, calorie-free donut. Oh, wait. That's cardboard. Sorry.
Give me a GPS location for that so I can give one of your drivers, give it to one of your drivers so they can find you guys.
Still looking for a tractor up there. It's lost. Hang on. We'll look at Blevies. Look at the crazy time lapse first. Any of you guys missed that? This is the one down by Fern County. And
the road to the last house on Whispering Pines and continue driving.
I mean, you can at least paint a picture of a donut.
Yep. Yeah, Furman, I passed it along. Thank you.
It's taste free, you know. The beer you had for breakfast wasn't bad, so I had one for dessert. Yeah. Is beer gluten free? Like grain beer? Yeah, and this is the most activity that we had through the night. The Caldor was active but didn't move a lot. Even so, this one moved a lot less. This is nothing bad at all compared to what we've seen in cams before, like last year. I mean, it's up there. It ranks. I mean, it fooled the night vision camera into thinking it was daytime because it was so bright. However, it doesn't move past this point, and I'm wondering what's stopping it. Is that a fire line? A retardant drop? A road? Because the smoke blows to the camera, so you would think it would expand towards the camera. That's what has really puzzled me. It climbs and stops. Just there. Like, what's that line? Is it a road?
Bartender, go ahead.
KCRA 3 is on Facebook. I can't show too much of those.
Yeah, that's affirmative, and treat the road as you work your way out.
One thing I experienced is the hinge lids on the tanks that blow off and up into the air only to come down on your head. Ugh. A clip on the cover latch would make me feel easier. That's a great idea. Cider is gluten-free. There you go. And so is mead. Whatever happened to mead? Mead and feasting. and eating everything with their fingers. We need to bring that back. Okay. Let's go read the fun propane safety tip. 2,500 foot explosion, shrapnel. Yeah, those are fun videos. Fuel reduction around the tanks. Well, then firefighters may take action to prevent direct flame impingement on LPG tanks by removing the fuels in the area. However, be aware that lines from the tank to the structures may be above or below the ground and may be cut by tools or equipment. Propane gas is heavier than air and may move along the ground at some distance and may ignite. It says may ignited, but I'm just going to correct their thing. May ignite when it reaches open flame with another ignition source. Use extreme caution when doing fuels reduction around the tanks and flag any lines you encounter. And that's why
Firing from holding.
That's why the other guides said for your structure safety, cut the valve feed to your main house. Do it for them by turning the valves clockwise. Now you may need a wrench for some of those. It showed you a picture. Other wildfire considerations. Do not position engines or other apparatus near the tanks or downwind, downslope from the tanks. Do not deploy fire shelters near the tanks. Yeah, it's definitely not good to wrap yourself in your shake and bake underneath a bomb or near a bomb, which is what a propane tank is in a wildfire. Probably not good. You could rest a lot easier in your little foil burrito away from these things considerably. Cooling tanks. In light fuels such as grasses, where any heat exposure to the tank will be very limited, rapid acceleration of cooling water on the outside of the tank above the liquid level can reduce the likelihood of container failure by lowering the external temperature of the shell. So yeah, you could put water in it. Water should not be directed at the valve safety device due to the potential of icing the valve shut. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Propane, when leak it out, has that crazy cooling effect, and the introduction of water could ice the valve shut. That is sick. I didn't think about this.
Group for firing. They're going to be on Dixie TAC 1. They need you to report to holding, which Orange County pickup truck, red in color. It's Division 2, I think, on the side. So just get on Dixie TAC 1 and check in. They need you.
Yeah, that's cool. They're still doing more firing ups. They have the.
From holding.
It's good they have the ability to do this. That'll protect Taylorsville. That'll go a long way in Genesee. It's over by Wilcox, which is what they're talking about. Is up at the Dixie fire.
Yeah, 22 Golf. This is holding. I heard you're available for us.
Wilcox.
If you get on the 36, if you can just proceed west, you'll run into the lead. There's a Charlie and our firing team. I'm going to have you tie in. You can go direct with 22 Charlie on this TAC, and you'll be working with them and firing.
Isn't it right down here?
22 Charlie from holding. I'm sure you copied that. I'm going to be giving you 22 Golf to help out with firing. Affirmative. Thank you, sir.
Oh, right there. Okay. So they're saying hold around here because we're going to do firing elsewhere. So a lot of the crews have come up here. They feel safe enough to be up here up on the mountain. This is 3,000 feet higher than down there. They would never enter this area if they didn't really feel like they had shelter-in-place options, which I know they do. I've been up here, but driving some of these slopes and stuff, like what the roads really do this. They look straight on maps. They're not. You got to do that, and that could take you an hour to 2 hours, depending. what kind of vehicle you're on. Sometimes the trucks have to go an inch around the curves, like forward, back, to even make the turn, because it's so narrow. So it's good that they're feeling confident. So at least some of the red that we're going to see.
Water tender 1051 from contact.
Over here will be their firing ops. So that's great. Or up there.
Yeah, what's your location? You're broken 36 and what?
Levy.
Location?
Yeah, I was trying to make it back to you. Can I Chevron?
Affirmative, on our way. We're coming from
Okay. This is made by LA Fire Department. I don't want to show anything horrible, so let me make sure this is safe for viewers with no, human.
Hey, water tender 869 from River. Yep.
Like casualties, you know what I mean? I think this takes place in Germany. Yeah, that's one heck of a levy. That's not really a propane levy, and that one's in the city. That may not be a good one.
Where are you guys going to do shift change?
Find a nice one. A training video. Okay, I think I found a good one. This one is controlled. Nobody gets hurt. They're doing this on purpose. But here's a levy. Are you ready for this? It even has cheesy 80s music. This is the best kind of safety video. Hang on. Sorry. And make sure I'm not talking about something important. I don't want to mute that. Yeah, they're just talking about staging. Okay, I'll mute that for a second.
When a tank is exposed to sustained heat, such as from a fire, the liquid within the tank is forced to boil or vaporize, resulting in increased pressure in the tank. To prevent overstressing the tank, the relief device activates, venting the excess pressure. As pressure decreases in the tank, the valve begins to close. With continued heating, pressure again builds, causing the relief valve to reopen. Where flames impinge on the tank below the liquid level, the liquid absorbs the heat, allowing the tank metal to remain at a safe temperature. With continued relief valve operation, the liquid level drops, exposing a greater area of the tank to the effects of heating. With the flames impinging on the vapor space of the tank, the temperature of the tank metal, uncooled by liquid, rises. At some point, due to the vapor pressure from within, the tank metal begins to weaken, stretch, and eventually tear. As the tank comes apart, large quantities of both liquid and vapor are released in a powerful explosion. The heat radiated is sufficient to ignite combustibles and cause burns great distances from the explosion. Tank sections containing rapidly igniting fuel can become flying missiles, traveling great distances, causing secondary fires and other damage.
Yeah.
It all happens quickly and with little warning.
Where did it go? So, the thing that strikes me is they told people to approach the tanks from the ends. But that's the end, flying like a missile. And so they no longer recommend that. But the funny thing is you can prevent this by putting water on it. But not directly on the valve, we just learned, because then you could freeze the valve shut, which is totally crazy. So, was it just me, or did it kind of like self-extinguish with the shockwave? There's no fire afterward. It's just, holy mackerel. That's one way to put it out. The camera shakes in the shockwave too. Well, imagine them spitting and say, "Our work here's done." But if you watch Blevy videos, they're pretty incredible. Looking back up here, yeah, I know an oxified income. Letting people repopulate. The main problem with Chester is the lack of ways out. There's like 2 ways out with fire encroaching on both. So it's just a are you kidding me kind of situation. You could just make evacuation decisions based on a few simple things, such as how large is the population? Many thousands? Could the evacuation routes handle if everybody needed to leave at the same time? Is it fast egress away from the populated area? Do you have more than 3 ways out? You do not. You have 2. Is there a possibility that both ways out could be blocked at the same time? Well, yeah. Seeing that last night it violated the main highway out here, that if the fire was going down here, it would block pretty much all ways out. And so you'd have a lot of people go, whoops, I think I'm turning around and going like that. Do you think that would cause like a major traffic problem? Yeah, really could. Could the fire approach from here and block both ways out? Yeah, you have fire on surrounding 2/3 of the landscape. And so even if they didn't think that Chester itself was going to be affected, even though they lost all structures around the city, well, town, they didn't think it was going to be affected the first time. It blew past 4 different black lines. It went like this past Chester for 19 miles in a single night. And so I had to interrupt the stream yesterday when they were explaining, we do good jobs protecting cities like Chester. And yes, they did an amazing job. But they only had the opportunity because the wind went due north. If it did that, Chester wouldn't be here. It went all the way down to the lake past multiple containment lines. And they had just told the people at the lake and here, you could all return. Remember that? What, a day and a half prior? And that's when the fire expanded 100,000 acres. 100,000 acres in a single 24-hour period. It was only 300,000 acres at the time, and then they adjusted the thing the next day. 400-something thousand acres. Okay. All right. Everything we saw. This was last night's Caldor fire. They're just reporting it's a 2-acre spot fire. And here's what people would be returning to.
Come up here, find a spot to stage, and we'll have musicians come down here and show.
A wildfire, a low tank.
Water tender 51 or 508, reporting group.
A low tank is more dangerous than a full one. Is that because of the rapidly expanding heated air?
Last fire engine up here in the firing operation. Find the nice stage on the right shoulder, and we'll have the engines come down to refill.
That's a good question. What about buried tanks?
Valley Group for reported spot fire by Plumas 12.
They just reported a new spot fire.
Yeah, we heard that correct.
Communication copy.
I mean, we just lost the cameras to fire yesterday. The Hamilton Mountain cams rip.
Spot right where I'm at. Go ahead and come on down here and stage right where I'm at.
I'm going to order my donuts. Thank you guys. You guys cheered me up. I want to pass them out like a donut cornucopia to you all. I would reach in the cornucopia and the donuts would never cease coming out. But I would like to understand about that too. Are buried propane tanks any safer? Yeah, the Dixie fire is at 678,369 acres this morning, 3 winters. Oh my God. Yeah. There's other fun Blevy videos, but I want to make sure that they're safe and not like, ones where people get hurt or anything. I'm so sorry, strobing light warning, I forgot. Seizure sensitives, that's just horrible to watch anyway. Let's see. The other Dire Mountain cam didn't have that effect. I'm sorry. Okay, seizure warning again. If it doesn't happen, I'll say so. So this is looking.
Holding forces, I got a water tender just east of your location off of 36, so you guys come on down here.
This is looking northeast of the east shore of Almanor. It's a pretty quiet night after 10.
If it's 6, you can hang tight here and they'll probably come down and get some water. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Kim, sometimes you gotta make your own road. It was a clear and cold night. We were worried a bit for the Indian Valley, Genesee area, but that completely died. We had another midnight miracle where just before midnight, the gusty winds the entire night pretty much moderated and fires just kind of burned but didn't do anything. Spectacular. It's been pretty incredible. Our super good luck streak is still holding. I've been so grateful for that. Having that in red flag conditions is incredible.
Is that you and 91 behind me?
That's
move out, spread out a little more, try to get away from the
But these Blevy videos help you understand the danger of the job and why they deserve high pay. You want to walk up to that and put water on this when that's the potential? Neil White. Why did I just call you Niall? Neil Whiteley says, yes, a buried propane tank would easily...
Can you time with them and send 3 more water tenders down to 36 eastbound For you.
Alright, is this going to go live?
East of where they're firing. I got a water tender down there right now, so just tell them to go past till they see a water tender in the turnout. Thanks.
Where is that cell coverage?
Give me a call. It's night. But I might work here.
I don't know why this hasn't started yet. Well, I got the volume on, so whenever it wants to start, we can look at levies until then. A buried propane tank would easily withstand a passing fire. There must be a reason why they don't bury them, though. I can't think of why. Yeah, hard to dig holes in mountain rocks for them, that's true. But there's a lot of dirt places around Plumas County that you could dig. People say LG Dorado buried tanks are hard to maintain, rust, and when they leak gas, they can fill air gaps in soil as propane is heavier than air. Yeah. Yeah, welcome back. A low tank will blow very violently. Kim Brower, one of my sons has a huge tank and he never fills it all the way. Some people have no choice but to use it. Yeah. They had a problem.
25, Daniel, Hotshots on command.
I'm trying to find more Blevy videos that are safe.
Headed to a potential spot fire out Romeo.
Yeah, copy. Stop there with that piece of ground.
Are you looking at a map?
Stand by.
Is this going to start?
25 in yo. Okay, go ahead.
So if you could go to Genesee Valley, find draw point 292, then go off to the west, a section into the south, right where it says section 18, just north of Devil's Punch Bowl.
Okay, I copy. Any word on what part of the slope it's on?
If Plumas Hotshot is en route trying to make access, and Knight, Quebec is trying to make access as well.
Go ahead that way.
Copy radio traffic.
My God, there is a Devil's Punch Bowl.
0730 weather break. Wind chill 5 to 8 out of the northeast. Dry bulb 55, 55, up 1. RH 51, 51, no change. Ticket 20, 20, no change break.
1445, you up?
What, finished. Okay. Well, no wonder. I don't think you can rewind their live stream backwards. Oh, again. Okay.
I had to change.
I want to hear about Devil's Punch Bowl, though. Hang on a sec. The Caldor fire is out, question mark. Which one is that? No, it's not at all. It's a monster.
Task Force Tamika, 2200 Trinity, on command.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't scroll up. Trolls.
I think the most sense for us to come around up on top of Grizzly or around to Genesee?
Joel, the problem is it's about mid-slope. Just coming down on it. I've got it on the, just below the number 18 in that section. 8,000 foot contour.
Copy. Yep, we're en route. Coming around Genesee.
It's going to be roughly 1,600 feet, whether you come from the top or the bottom. And it's not doing a whole lot right now. It's just, it looks like there's a series of about 3 spots in there, by double 8.
Yeah, Tamika, are you somewhere in the Warner Valley we could sign?
Yeah, I'm on the side. I'm over across 1.6.
Drop point 26.
Affirmative. Over on the west side.
I copy.
Yeah, I hate it when people are like that, but the people come in here all the time with crazy stuff, misinformation, and so when people are saying stuff in the chat, you have got to have like a source and say, I heard this from this, or don't really believe anybody says in chat unless they're, one of the approved people, mods, or, me or somebody. So was I hearing this right? I was trying to look at something else when they said Devil's Punch Bowl and Plumas Hotshot's responding to it. Is this a fire down here or a spot that came and skipped Genesee Valley? I mean, yep. I just referred to that as exile. Like, what is this? It definitely can happen. I mean, it is possible for spots to do that. Ridgetop to ridgetop jumping. The wind direction was pretty much like that. But I didn't quite catch that, what they were saying. But they said Devil's Punch Bowl. And Plumas Hotshots will be on it. There's a...
Hey, Harvey, you still up here?
That is what, a 7,000 foot peak? Am I reading that correctly? Or no, 7,600 feet. Wow.
Are you still up here, buddy?
Buddy, come in. Fire,
yeah,
buddy.
We're good if you need to bump down for a shift change.
Okay, well then, we heard about the Devil's Punch Bowl. Let's watch this. Warning. Hang on, let's listen.
Alright,
That's a good copy. Tell your boys thanks for the work. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh, again, for the planning map suite.
Hey, were they able to add anything onto the map last night after we talked? All right, thanks, bud.
Okay, guess we can't hear the bud. Here we go.
700, we'll go ahead and get started. My name's Steve DeBenedette, Deputy Plan Section Chief, Incident Management Team 3. Today is Thursday, August 19th, 2021, and this is your operational briefing for the Dixie incident. As a reminder, if you have phones, please put them on a mute setting, and please refrain from having any side conversations during our briefing. For the incident objectives, both the management and control objectives have not changed since last operational period. Now for your situational update, night operations, Sean Jerry.
Good morning, Sean Jerry with the situational update. Starting in Branch 9, Division Lima, last night the fire crossed Highway 36 into Childs Meadows onto Mill Creek Plateau. Currently about 2,500 acres. Crews are getting in there right now to work that and try to pinch that off.
I have to point that out that last night at their meeting, they had just gotten through saying it was not in Childs Meadows, but nobody had tapped them on the shoulder because live we were watching the satellites and getting reports that it just had done that. So they had just told the public that it was totally free and in the clear, and it was an unfortunate thing that they didn't get told in time.
Branch 13, the fire's still holding all the way along Highway 89 north into the park boundaries. The Duffy group last night started with the firing operation at drop point 276 along Highway 36 down towards Willard Creek. That was pulling in, working real good. They're going to continue with that today. That might become a hot handoff. Down in the Janesville branch, they were able to complete dozer line from drop point 282 down to Highway 395, protecting the north end of, or the south end of Janesville. And from drop point 282 going towards Antelope Lake, they started constructing line with dozers to try to make that a bigger box. Thank you and have a safe day.
Weather, Joe Gosward.
And good morning, everyone. Not to lull you into a false sense of security, but I had it all planned out too. I had to change shirts. But in all seriousness, there is we're still under a red flag warning through about 8 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be for branches 9 and 13, so on the western side of the fire. Pretty similar to what we saw yesterday. Northeast winds, they will be picking up once we get a little bit more heating, but they are also probably going to be dying off a little bit earlier in the day. The big storm system that brought this nice dry air is continuing to move off to the east, and so the winds are going to be slacking off a little bit earlier as that thing does pull on out. So we're looking at generally northeast winds continuing pretty much all day long, a bit on the gusty side, especially on the ridge tops, the exposed slopes, and those areas where the topography and those northeast winds come together. They could be a bit on the squirrely side. Temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer. Humidity is going to stay about the same, and then we'll start talking about a wind shift tomorrow. But for today, pretty much a repeat performance of what you saw yesterday, maybe just ending a little bit earlier with some of those stronger winds. Thank you.
Fire behavior, Brian Newman.
Okay, good morning. So that red flag that we saw yesterday extending through today at 8 p.m. allowed for the fire to stand up in some of these areas, and when that smoke thinned out and allowed for that fresh air to get in there and start feeding it. So expect much of the same today that they saw yesterday, especially down here in the over in the Division Lima area, far over here in 913 area. That's going to get that brunt of that wind as it comes down through here and out towards that Highway 36 area. That's our new funnel today. Kind of like we talked about your last shift out here on the east side. This is the funnel today. It's really swirly in there. just because of the topography and the wind as it funnels out towards the valley. So expect that you're going to have continued activity in there like they were seeing overnight. Expect that to continue today and into the evening before the wind starts to calm a little bit. But we'll still expect activity just because the dry air that's around us, the dry fuels, and the receptiveness of everything, it's allowing that fire to keep going over there and keep challenging lines. Coming up on the north part in the park area, that north wind is, as you get up on those upper elevations, it's putting a lot of wind speed across there and a lot of activity to go with it. Heavy fuels, steep topography, and really allowing that fire even to back against the wind and those really heavy deaden down in there. So just be aware of that and work in that area. It's even spotting against the wind in some places, not real far, but it is so receptive. It's allowing it to get out that way. Coming around in the top part of the Lassen sector, they had some activity in there yesterday that stood up, especially in the northern part, or excuse me, in the southern part here, just north of the lake. That island got a little bit of fresh air, stood up, and allowed for some column development in there. And that's on relatively flat ground. So be aware of that and expect that again today. Coming into the Susanville branch, Clear Branch area coming across here, the wind that we had traditionally see across here pushes off to the east. It's pushing now to the west. And so it's spots fires that are out here that have been thrown out in the last few days are now seeing that fresh air come into it and giving it some activity and opportunity to grow. So just be aware of that as you're working in there today. Be aware for any spots. The sheep fire and the Willard fire scar is holding pretty well, but it does have opportunities for advancement in there as the wind pushes on it. Coming down into the Janesville area, I expect that northeast wind to get funneled by the escarpment, push that fire continuing to the southeast. Lighter fuels, grass, sage, but it does get into some timber in here, so your rates of spread are higher, and the wind pushing across there all day is going to continue to advance that. This, once it gets over the escarpment, expect that it's going to continue to push it off to the southwest. If it hasn't already, these will join together at some point during the shift today, so be aware of that as those two fronts come together and some erratic activity. Overall, as we get into the night tonight, you will have that calming of wind, but overall it's going to be downslope, down canyon, so really be aware where you are in the topography and be aware of spotting. Just it is so receptive. Regardless of it being night or day, the burn window is pretty much your entire shift today, day and night. We do have some thinning air, and we were able to get aircraft yesterday, and I expect that to continue again today, but don't base your plans on aircraft for a number of reasons. So please take all that in consideration and have a safe shift.
Safety, Damon Godden.
Good morning. I want to start out by talking about human factors a little bit this morning. You guys have all been in this fight for a long time. You're doing excellent work and you're making progress. We will get to the end of this incident. We want to end this incident with a good note. We want the nation to know that you fought the good fight, and we don't want them to hyper-focus on some accident. When we're talking about accidents, we're referring to human factors, what we're doing on the fire line, using our resources correctly, and checking in with everybody that's been doing the fight every single day. So pay attention to your firefighters, pay attention to your drivers, because our drivers right now are exceeding the speed limit, and our law enforcement are going to start pulling people over and giving tickets. It's serious. Over here where we get our fuel, historically here in town, they have accidents, numerous every year. We don't want something with light bar and getting in a wreck over here. Down 395, 91 miles an hour someone was clocked in an apparatus yesterday. Unacceptable. The IC wants everybody to cease it. Talk to your drivers, slow it down. Same thing when the smokes cross the road, pull over and let it slow down. Take care of our firefighters that are fighting right on the road. Thank you very much. Keep them safe. Don't forget what's most important. Everybody goes home safe. LCES, make sure you got somewhere to go if things go bad. Thank you.
Operations, Mark Brunton.
Good morning. Welcome back to those of you who've been with us, and for anybody new, welcome to the Dixie incident. Got our east and west zone. Team 3's got the west zone. We've got 3 sectors with deputy operations section chiefs heading each sector, and then we've got branches, divisions, and groups. We'll do our roll call down to the division level. The Butte sector is remote, and they'll continue on with their leadership. Their branch 1, 5, and 7 will be Carlos, and their divisions will be Casson. Moving on to our personnel that are here. The Lassen sector, Deputy Operations Section Chief Bohall. Here. Branch 9, Immigrant. And Trainee Mitchison. Division Kilo, Alderete. And Trainee Cecina. Division Lima, York. Branch 13, Clemec. The rest of his divisions are in the park. Division Papa, English. Branch 16, Skrebecki. Division Romeo, Fetterman. Division Tango will be a Phil. Division Uniform, Milovich. Lassen Heavy Equipment Group, Peterson. Moving on to the Westwood sector, Deputy Operations Section Chief Norman. The Lake Branch will be Phil. Clear Branch, Dyer. The 147/Meadow Group, Carp. Duffy Group, Boyce. The Westwood and Peninsula will be a Phil. Susanville Branch, Barnes. River Group, Thomas. The Gold/Richmond Group, Pooley. Janesville Contingency. Lassen sector will be divisions Lima, and then secondary keeping the insertion of the direct and contingency lines in that area. The Lassen sector will be divisions Lima and Kilo, and keeping the fire out of the Mill Creek drainage. And then secondary keeping the fire spread from the west, keep it going east, and the insertion of the direct and contingency lines in that area. Westwood sector, our priorities are the Janesville contingency lines and Highway 395 corridor, and then our firing operation that's taking place on Highway 36 to complete that operation. We're making a lot of progress. It may not seem like it sometimes. It's a huge, huge fire, a lot of ground, but there's been a lot of success, a lot of hard work by all of you out there, a lot of hard work from our leadership, providing that leadership for you. There's still a lot to do. Okay, there's a lot of major fires throughout the state, and we're slowly losing resources to assist them, so we're having to do a lot more with a lot less. That means a lot more hard work and a lot more effort. And the thing is, regardless, we're going to be measured by our successes. General Stanley McChrystal has been quoted as, "There's likely a place in paradise for people who have tried hard, but what really matters is succeeding." And our charge to you today is to succeed like champions. Thank you.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Hoorah!
Good morning. Page 56 and 57 is all your air assets. Yesterday we dropped over 150,000 gallons of water out of the Eagle Helibase, 60,000 gallons of retardant. Once again, if you're working in the East Zone, anything with a double letter designator is the East Zone air to ground. West Zone air to ground is West Zone air to ground. Anything above Janesville, Susanville, that whole sector, the whole West Zone is West Zone air to ground. Still available, we have the VLAT, ASM, air tankers, and air attack. The copters and the air tankers will be flying again today. Yesterday we had good communication. Once again, while they're dropping, all aircraft are dropping, stay out of the drop zone. Once they're out of the area, please get in there and back them up with boots on the ground. We have 27 helicopters, 4 helibases, 2 in the East Zone, 2 in the West Zone. Any medical emergencies, please follow the medical plan. Work safely together.
Hi, good morning. Corey Costa, ComL trainee. For August 19th today, there's no new clone. Last clone was August 14th. That was a Saturday. If you're new to the incident, obviously come by communications, and we'll get you the most recent program and update. For West Zone, your 205s will be found on page 58 and 59, and the East Zone 205 will be on page 60 of the IAP. Remember, when you go check your 204s, when you're at your breakouts and all that, look at your command channel. It may not be exact. If it says Command 91, for those of you on the east, I don't want to say east side, but the eastern part of our West Zone, maybe Command 89 might work better for you. So always make sure, if you're not getting that kickback and the feedback, switch your channel, move it around, see what we can get to get your communications out. As always, if there are any concerns, questions, dead spots, anything that you're getting communication-wise, please let us know. Be as descriptive as possible. And if always, we're always down at the end of Main Street, right before Supply. Have a safe shift.
Medical, Kevin Fortney.
Good morning. Your medical plan is on page 63 this morning. Again, the box 8 information is the most important information that you need to review with your personnel. It should be made clear at the breakouts with your divisions and branches, but you need to get it back to your firefighters. If you have any injuries to report, please come by my trailer on Trailer Row. Additionally, today I have 3 new ambulances on the line. Please be clear in the information you're giving us in location so that we can make sure we get you the resources appropriately. I still have CalMat out there with the dock and supplies. If you need anything, stop by there. And my number is at the bottom of the 206 if you have any questions during your shift. Thank you.
Information, Dan Olson.
Good morning, everyone. If you turn to page 66 in your IAP, I want to provide you with some information. Yesterday, we repopulated 3,900 folks, and they got to go back to the residents. However, we still have over 25,000 that are affected right now. If you come into contact with them, please take a minute of your time and provide them some of this information regarding the Dixie fire. In terms of acreage, we are currently at 678,369. Containment is at 35%, and total personnel assigned to the incident is 5,982. We're still looking for photos and videos. Please either bring them by the PIO trailer or submit them to the email address listed there on the page 66. Mail service as well as lost and found is also provided. Same trailer up front. Thank you and have a safe shift.
All right, a few reminders. Immediately after briefing, please report to your breakout stations. Westwood sector will meet behind me outside the fence. The Lassen sector will meet behind you outside the briefing area. Unassigned resources, please meet off to my right outside the fence, and a resource leader will meet with you and get you an assignment. For our meeting schedule, our next cooperators meeting is at 0900 hours. Our next planning meeting is at 1700 hours, and your next operational briefing will be tomorrow at 0700 hours. And now for our Unified Incident Commanders, Jay Lusher and Billy C.
Good morning. We really want to thank everybody's effort. It comes all the way from the agency administrators you're supporting to the citizens you're protecting. You're doing great work. On June 30th is when large fires started to emerge in Northern California. Our fires is working towards the Beckworth complex. That was one of the first large fires. That was 7 weeks ago. There's at least 10 more weeks of fire season in California. I'm sure there's some folks here that started in the Southwest in May fighting fire. We often hear about this isn't a sprint, that it's a marathon. This isn't a marathon. You've all been entered into the Mountain States 100, the most grueling endurance race out there. There's a lot of season left, and fatigue is setting in. Fatigue affects your ability to make good decisions, so watch out for each other, take care of each other, have a good shift. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Obviously, yesterday we had a lot of success getting some folks back home. That's all due to the work and effort that you've put in. Just to give you a little perspective, the west side of this fire, sitting on top of the Mill Creek drainage, adds a whole new complexity. We're going to have to look to try to keep that out of the Mill Creek drainage, because if not, that is going to issue additional challenges moving forward. Obviously, we move over on the 395 corridor. We're sitting in the Eagle Fire footprint. Historic fire behavior out there. Major complexities, numerous communities. We've got fire southwest of Susanville, in between Susanville and Westwood. Those are our priorities for today. That's what we're going to be working on. To the far west of us, we've got 2 incidents, 250,000 acres. To the south of us, we've got another incident, 65,000 acres. To the north of us, we've got another incident, 65,000 acres and growing each and every day. Numerous firefighters are on the front lines trying to gain ground and gain success. Today we're going to be challenged by the wind pattern. Tomorrow we'll be challenged again by the wind pattern coming from a different direction. Stay focused, think out ahead, make good sound decisions, You heard from safety. Watch your driving habits. Take care of the public. That's your number one priority. Make sure you're driving safe and you're looking out for the public out there. You're the ambassadors of the Emergency Response Service. Be those ambassadors today. Stay safe, and let's have a good, hard day's worth of work out there and still gain ground and success and develop normalcy. Thank you.
That concludes your operational briefing. Please remember to turn your phones back on and have a safe shift.
Is your phone back on? Okay. So, the people I trust most in that whole bunch is the weather guy and the big guy. They're the most sober of all of them that just sort of tell it like it is. And they got good heads on this one. They really do. The repopulation thing, that's beating a dead horse. I just don't like the entire concept of having thousands of people wanting to use really narrow single lane roads that seem to have possibly been, well, threatened, that with this Childs Meadows thing over here. So on either side of Chester, you have fire that could just block evacuation routes and cut off mutual aid from other divisions. So is that good? I really don't think so, but what can you do? So I continue to fear the most for mineral over here. This is bad, and it's challenging, but thank goodness mineral has survived 2 nights here. It did jump, and it's over in the Childs Meadows area, which is right here. And that is basically the main highway for people to get out. We go to the correct map. What it can do is the fire can, since it's already here, I don't know if that's closed, probably is, it's compromised, but it can, if people were to leave Chester, they'd have to go up before they go south, and it could easily just cut off that whole thing, and people would be like, oh, turning around, and what kind of a mess would that be? And then you have still some warm spots on Butte Mountain and such if there was crazy flare-ups. I don't consider that good. The wind is going to be blowing mostly that way, but you get the concept. It's going to change the next day to the opposite direction, and so who knows what will happen at that point. But I just think it's a good rule of thumb to have both ways out of town looking pretty solid before you let people back in said town. So, but what can you do? So let's look at cams. We had another midnight miracle where we had the fire really get like crazy looking at Milford and such. You know, the 12-hour. And then it stayed within its lanes, and look, it used to be all bright white up here. It was insane. But then they put it in its lanes and it stayed there. It went back over that way. And nice to see that it didn't really go too much down the highway, so to speak. It was a fierce battle. I don't know if structures were lost or what exactly happened, because at the time people were asking for updates. It was a battle still going on. The structure loss map thing is updated every morning at 9, but usually there's a couple days delay before you hear about it. But Ventura Sunflower, we had a discussion at a barbecue last night where, as a group not going, there's no power except parts of Chester. I think that's pretty wise. It's yeah, I mean, they were making that decision last night, saying that that area of the highways was safe, or at least, they were pretty secure. And then, as they went live at the 7 p.m. community meeting last night, we were watching this, and people in the chat were saying, didn't it jump over into Childs Meadows? And we went over like this, and we saw that the heat detection was there. People were saying, I just heard that on the radio, and I didn't hear it, but then when they got up on the meeting, it was less than 5 minutes before they said Childs Meadows was safe, that and secure that the fire jumped over there, and nobody tapped him on the shoulder to tell him otherwise. It may have just taken too long for the information to filter up chain of command, and they were probably already talking with the microphone at the same time that they figured it out. So that this situation could change in a heartbeat, in an instant. I think everybody was real surprised when Mineral was suddenly evacuated at 10:30 or 11 at night. That's when people take their hearing aids out, turn off the phones, turn off the TVs. A lot of people don't have power anyway. The emergency alert can't come through the TV. A lot of these guys don't have cell phone reception anyway. There's a lot of people that just don't bother to have a telephone line up here. It's too expensive per month. And a lot of people probably got surprised that it was door to door. And so they go from having emergency evacuations at Mineral right here to letting people right back into Chester right here, and allow that decision-making process to continue. So I don't understand it, but I just encourage people to think for yourselves about your own best course of action. I would be lingering a couple days after doing the wait and see thing, because we don't want to have another situation like Greenville. This decision-making process still seems pretty flawed, and it's ultimately law enforcement that makes it, and not. I wonder how many are just biting their lip and disapproving of the whole idea. But this is one of the things where we could suggest as a change in the future that law enforcement, who's not really trained to fight fires, they're trained to enforce the law, maybe shouldn't be the ones making that call. Maybe there should be a state person, like the buck stops here, a person who's the most experienced, a state fire marshal or something of the sort. I don't know what to say, but anyway, we did have a midnight miracle where towns were spared last night. Hayfork, Mineral, Taylorsville, Genesee still standing. Most of Milford and Janesville still standing. Pollock Pine still standing. We lost the cams at Hamilton Mountain, and that's the thing that worries me over here. I'm not so worried for Westwood. I don't think the fire would come from the north across it. They've made this pretty solid from what we've been seeing. They've had 6 days to prepare for an attack from that side, but this thing and what keeps going on, blocking that one evacuation route out of Chester. I mean, they obviously couldn't go this way, but the way to Susanville being completely compromised is a real okay. The way that way being compromised, it's just scary to me, and I don't quite understand it. But as far as Westwood is concerned, we would have to have spotting from this direction to threaten it, straight that way. And for the most part, I think mostly the winds have been going to threaten Dyer Mountain, but we got to look at Windy and try to see, what the day's prospects are, because every single day you should check multiple times a day if the wind forecast changes. Don't just think, the whole rest of the week will be like so. There's microclimates where we saw the windy was telling us, and all the wind gauges were telling us last night that the wind was going like so. And then we saw clearly on the cams all the smoke going the opposite direction. There was up here, northeast part of Indian Valley. So it could be that in the upper atmosphere the wind was blowing that direction, but the lower areas closer to the ground could be blowing a completely opposite direction, making things unstable and flare up and completely unpredictable. So that's one of those things where you have to check not only the radio, what is the fire doing, what are they saying? 2, what are the cams showing you? 3, what is the weather showing you? And then what is 4, what is the satellite showing? And the 5th thing is to check InstaWeb to see if they're going to do firing ops. Like they'll always say at the bottom, what is in the bigger fire, what is the outlook? Like like if we went to the correct fire, like the Dixie fire, the Walker is tiny, and I don't even know how many people are on it yet. But if you go up to to the Dixie fire, there's a section of this where a lot of times they'll talk about firing operations and whether or not they plan to do it. So let me get this filter off. When you put it all together, you have the picture, but if you just use one of these, you're not going to have the picture at all. They have an outlook, remarks, overnight recoveries may provide opportunity for line construction and firing operations, and that tells you right there that they'll take the opportunity if they seize it. And that means, winds in the correct direction or lying down completely, and they'll usually tell you within the next 48 hours what they kind of plan to do, next 12 hours what they plan. So that is why I think things moderated the whole overnight humidity recovery. 35 to 70%. We had 60-degree temperatures last night. Ooh, what a lovely cold front. Thank you for your gift. Thank you for the kind, cool kiss of some sort of early fall for the week. Red flag during the day and the cool kiss of winter at night is just the weirdest thing, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Potential for crews to make progress building the lines. Yep. And even though we had some wind gusts, I think that's what explains what happened at the Caldor fire, where it kind of was active but didn't move too much. So temperatures will be in the mid to upper 70s. I bet they're just so grateful after having triple-digit temperatures. The atmosphere will be improving in stability with the Haynes index of only 3. Yes, that means that when spot fires and such occur, that index partially means a couple of things, and it's hard to explain it all over again. But part of it is atmospheric stability. Like you have total instability, it goes on to the 6, and part of it speaks a little bit to like flammability of stuff. Usually when you have the 6 and the highs, like almost everything dropping anywhere with embers is going to cause a fire. But when you've got the relative humidity and lower Haynes index and cooler temperatures, then that lessens the chance of an ember where it lands to actually start a fire. And if they mentioned a percentage chance, I didn't catch it in the last briefing, but it's going to be a lot less. So we like that. The thing that is concerning me right now, we should turn the radio back on in just a moment, is we had the winds generally blowing last night this way, at least in the upper atmospheres, as Wendy was explaining. And so a spot may have jumped all the way here across Genesee Valley and hit the Devil's Punch Bowl, and I'm eagerly awaiting whether or not we get a satellite view. Plumas Hotshots are on the way. I did not catch exactly what they said on the radio. We should probably go check some of the little scanner radio guys that keenly listen to that a little bit better than me without sleep-deprived me trying to listen to a headset. But they are responding to this pretty inaccessible area. That is 7,500 feet. Why it's called the Devil's Punch Bowl, I would love to know the history of that. But it looks like only the possibility of mule trails to get up there. So I guess they're perhaps going to be parachuting in. I mean, it's Plumas Hotshots, either that or they're going to hike. I have no idea, but holy mackerel, that is some steep and rugged terrain. Well, let's not shade relief. Let's do global imagery. I wanted to see if there's any significant road that goes to this thing. Maybe. Sort of. A lot of these roads exist on paper, but when you zoom in and actually drive them, they're like, huh, that's actually a bog now instead of a road. This could be very old imagery. But it does look like an old volcanic crater or something, has the look of it. Pretty neat geology. So if we put on shade relief, it kind of shows you the crazy terrain to get up there. I think the road stops, and that's one hell of a hike. Somewhere down here, this is like a sheer vertical. These guys are. They're called Hotshots for a reason. I can see why they're like, yeah, send in the Hotshots. That's a crazy task. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. But that goes to show that if that indeed is one of those embers flying over, that's 3,000 feet higher than Genesee and Indian Valley. This is 3,000 feet higher. You look up and there's these just sheer cliffs, and I wonder if Google Maps even has like a street view. While I look, I'm going to turn on the radio for a second and take a look at that, and I'll read chat in a moment. Okay, we got.
Sounds good, thank you, and we'll see you in a day or so. You guys, hope you have some good luck today, and hopefully this work comes together. Yep.
Valley and Wilderness Medicine Route 2, ICP 0810.
Communications, rough medic.
Rough medic, go ahead.
Okay, I need to set up this donut delivery too, because
Medic, go ahead, communication.
the blood sugar need is real. I have been up all night, guys, not on purpose.
Rough medic, go ahead.
Rough medic en route, Valley Group.
Rough medic en route to Valley Group 811.
I'm going to show this Shirley Peak cam. This is down there by Kern County, Southern California, but you got to see this if you haven't.
Plumas 12, go ahead.
Plumas 12 is leaving North Valley and Diamond en route back to ICP.
Plumas 12 en route back to ICP 0812.
I'm still not sure why it kind of stopped.
Country Medic 1.
Country Medic 1 is off the line en route to ICP.
One en route to ICP 0812.
Thank you for reminding me. Left FLIR cam has been moved to Susanville. Whenever we show that, that can be very confusing to people. And this thing that happened in Southern California just shows how bad it is down there by Bakersfield, and I hope that they have a good day fighting that today. But
510 Alpha, this is 510 Bravo. I got you leading Charlie. How me over?
we just don't have any visibility. Oh darn! I lost the incredible daytime part. Whoops! I shouldn't have refreshed that. Wait a second. Do I still have it on this one? No. Oopsie. But the Hayfork Divide, this
510 Bravo over.
This camera's still alive too. Dixie Fires.
510 Alpha, 510 Bravo. You want me to raise 510 over?
And we're concerned that Devil's Punch Bowl is a spot fire that spotted a crazy distance across Genesee Valley towards Quincy, which is quite alarming. However, the Plumas Hotshots are on it. They're going to go check it out.
Dave Valley Medic. Dave, go ahead. Dave Valley Medics and round 2 Valley.
Really? Could they ride the ski lift to the top?
Dave Valley and round 2 Valley.
Yes. I'm so glad you asked. Josh provided us with a sweet link. And it's quite a long link, but there you go. This thing took forever to even download. Quite a big fire, isn't it? So it's a sector map and branch map, but the divisions are tiny. Okay, so like they were talking about golf and this and that. Generally,
Trinity, November 12.
Generally, it's like a clock with A.
07.
A is like 7 o'clock. And goes clockwise.
31. 32. 33.
But yeah, have fun with the mega map. Yeah, can you imagine the Hotshots being like, I had to hike 3,000 feet today, and in reality, they just listened to iPods and rode the ski lift to the top. And they're like, how are you so fresh as a daisy? Plumas Hotshots are elite. And they're like, yes, we are. Until Larry in the back breaks down and starts laughing and slapping his knee. They're like, Larry, all you needed to do was keep it together once. Okay. It's early morning, 8:17. I must secure the donuts. There's not too much to see on a smoky cam situation that we have here. Oh, here's the Shirley Peak fire that I could keep showing people. Windy. Let's see. When is the wind going to change for places like Mineral? So in general, the wind will keep going like so, blowing towards the southwest with heavy wind gusts of up to 30 miles an hour today by noon. 9 to 10 mile an hour sustained winds. But the wind will...
Water Turner 1362, 2200 Trinity, on command. You can copy, make your way to one lane bridge on Warner Valley. Thanks, heads up. 1663.
So, that's a big challenge.
Yeah, cool. I can use it right here. We are validated spot down here. Whenever you can turn around and come back, I'll be right here.
90 mile an hour winds for Henry, possible landfall close to New England as a hurricane or tropical storm. Yikes. The East Coast isn't.
Trying to get an engineer to go hiking and validate that. But just right now, for instance, nothing's showing, but I will go with you. Validate that.
Nothing showing where. Gosh, that was too crackly to make out. Yeah, back east, possible hurricane slamming in New England. Yikes. What time, Havoc? We've got a little bit of lull here in the morning where can't see too much on cams. We could see if Daniel Kearns has got an update on Facebook. That would be a good thing. See if he spoke last night. That would be good to learn from. I was hoping they would talk a lot so I could try to order my donut breakfast. It's giving me fits on the Uber Eats thing. Okay, what's wrong with Facebook? I'm on Facebook.